SPI-01 Sierra Papa, India -01 Gatwick approach. Squawk 2632.
Squawk 2632 SPI-01 Sierra Papa, India -01.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa, India -01 radar contact 7 miles east of Gatwick, 2,100 feet. QNH 30.09er.
Copy SPI-01 Sierra Papa, India -01.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa, India -01 contact approach on 120.705.
20.705 for SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. Approach SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 5,600 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 approach. Continue as planned. QNH tree 0.05. SKY01 Sierra Papa India, -01, contact London Center on 118.475.
118.475 for SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. London Center SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -019,600 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 London Center, continue as planned. QNH 30.06. SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01, contact approach on 120.705.
120.705 for SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. Approach SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India, -01 approach, continue as planned. QNH tree, 0.06. SPI-01 Sierra Papa India, -01, contact London Center on 118.475.
118.475 SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. London Center SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 London Center, continue as planned. QNH 30.06. SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01, contact approach on 120.705.
120.705 for SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. Approach SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India, -01 approach, continue as planned. QNH tree, 0.06. SPI-01 Sierra Papa India, -01, contact London Center on 118.475.
118.475 SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. London Center SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 London Center, continue as planned. QNH 30.06. SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01, contact approach on 120.705.
Going to 120.705 SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. Approach SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India, -01 approach, continue as planned. QNH tree, 0.06. SPI-01 Sierra Papa India, -01, contact Leo approach on 120.275.
120.275 for SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01. Legal approach SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 Legal approach, continue as planned. QNH 30.06.
Papa India -01. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 context approach. Cleared through the Charlie airspace.
Cleared through Charlie airspace SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -0 when you're leaving my airspace. Resume on navigation. Contact Paris Center on 126.475.
Going to 126.475 SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. Paris Center SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 Paris Center. Continue to Kilo Romeo Hotel as planned. QNH 29.905.
Center SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01. Request clearance to transition Charlie airspace.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 Paris Center. Cleared through the Charlie airspace.
Cleared through Charlie airspace SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 contact Brussels Center on 125.0.
125.0 for SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01. Brussels Center SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 Brussels Center. Continue to Kilo Romeo Hotel as planned. QNH 29.903. SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01. You're leaving my airspace. Resume on navigation. Contact attain approach on 120.125.
Going to 120.125 SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01. Attain approach SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -019,900 feet.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 attain approach. Continue to Kilo Romeo Hotel as planned. QNH 29.903. Sierra Papa India -01, contact Luxembourg approach on 120.885.
Going to 120.885 SPA 01 Sierra Papa India -01. Luxembourg approach SPA 01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 Luxembourg approach continue to Kilo Romeo Hotel as planned. QNH 29.93. SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01, contact Lorraine approach on 127.25.
127.25 SPA 01 Sierra Papa India -01. Lorraine approach SPA 01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 Lorraine approach continue to Kilo Romeo Hotel as planned. QNH 29.88. SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 contact Ream Center on 128 decimal tree.
128 decimal tree for SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. Ream Center SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 Ream Center, continue to Kilo Romeo Hotel as planned. QNH 29er decimal 88. SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 contact Langan approach on 129er decimal 675.
129er decimal 675 SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01. Langan approach SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -0110,000 feet.
SPI-01 Sierra Papa India -01 Langan approach, continue to Kilo Romeo Hotel as planned. QNH 29er decimal 88. 01 Sierra Papa India -01 contact Ream Center on 128.3.
Going to 128.3 SPA 01 Sierra Papa India -01. Reap Center SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 7,100 feet.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 Ream Center, continue to Kilo Romeo Hotel as planned. QNH 29.91.
Baden Tower SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 is 1 miles northeast with Sierra to land.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 Baden Tower. Enter left traffic, runway 3. QNH 29.88 wind 029er at 10.
Make left traffic runway 3 SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01.
SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01 cleared to land runway 3. Wind 029er at 10.
Clear to land runway 3 SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01.
India, -01 exit runway when able. SPR 01 Sierra Papa India, -01 contact ground on 121.83.
Going to 121.83 SPI 01 Sierra Papa India -01.
what's up guys? Hope everybody's doing well and having a great day. In this video we're going down to Antarctica where some mysterious remains have been discovered on Google Earth by Ben B, who shared the photos you're about to see and the location about 50 miles inland from the coast of Antarctica. I don't know if these remains are something very, very old going back to prehistoric Antarctica, or if there's something new. If there's something new, they're 50 miles inland away from the coast. I know there are seals in Antarctica. Don't know how it would have got 50 miles inland. That would be a mystery of its own, but we're going to come back and take a look at that here in just a moment. Also in this video, I've got a brand new picture slideshow, new sky phenomena photos sent in from all around the world. First here at the website, checking out the Schumann resonance, the frequency of planet Earth, and you can see it's all quiet right now. I'd say we're in pretty good shape. Now down to Antarctica. Antarctica is a very mysterious place. I'm sure over time there's been a plethora of different species come and go on the very mysterious continent of Antarctica. But what you're about to see is a intact, very large, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to 20 feet, skeletal remains down here 50 miles off the coast of Antarctica. And here they are. This location was shared with me by Ben B. And I'm giving you guys a 360-degree view of the area. You can see it's kind of in a valley, if you will, in between some fairly tall mountain ranges. And here is the skeletal remains. Just a rough guess, I would say this is somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to maybe 20 feet long. It's intact. I don't know if this recently thawed and this has been frozen in time for maybe thousands of years, or if this is something new. And if it is something new, you have to ask yourself, how did it get here? If you take a close look at it, you can see it's got what look like front extremities, which would indicate front legs or some sort of front limbs. And you can also see rear extremities. There's some sort of legs on the rear of this creature, whatever it may be. You know, it could be an old dinosaur. It could be a lot of different things, I suppose. We're going to take a closer look at some of the photos that I put together in a slideshow and did a little bit of work to. Here's the initial area. This is, in fact, the photo that Ben shared with me. He found on Google Earth. And you can see this is deep inland. This isn't right along the coast where you would expect to possibly see a
Welcome back to Third Phase Moon. Blake Cousins, we got a special report for you today. Incredible photographs have just come in, and we're going to be sharing them with you in regards to possible craft harnessing the energy from the sun, and an incredible display that you're looking at right now, including breaking news in regards to the 180-day countdown for Congress. They're pretty much on the tails of our documentary coming out February 16th, 2021. But why is the Congress talking about this 180-day countdown? But before we get to all that stuff, buckle up, everybody. We're looking at these pictures right now, and they are astonishing. What are the implications of exactly what we're looking at is insane. And these images that have come into Third Phase Moon are shocking, just to say the least. I'm sure you guys are impressed with what you're looking at right now. Let me just pull up the information on who and when and where. An astrophotographer captures images of a mysterious light. According to the eyewitness, he said he witnessed an unforgettable flash while he was taking pictures of the Milky Way, and suddenly a ship appears. He says with a unique light and incomparable with any other flying object, and he said it was rising from the horizon very slowly, and he said he got lost to the west. This was captured in Red Moon Valley in the General Rock area in Argentina. So we're looking at these incredible images, and what's very, very amazing, if you look closely in one of the photographs, it seems to me that on the lower right hand corner of the image you see this obelisk. I'm not exactly sure if this is a monolith or obelisk, but it is very strange indeed. Besides this incredible image that we're looking at even closer, we could almost make out some detail. Are you seeing this, Brent? Absolutely. Even pulling up on that one particular photo, you even get a better look at it. Right above the light, it seems like there's even a cabin above it. You can almost see structure, like it's a craft, not just a light in particular. Could there actually be some sort of craft right there producing this kind of light? It looks elongated, almost tic-tac in its own right, but it has this mysterious light that kind of brings off this luminosity even in the sky. It kind of lights up everything around it, which is creates this rather beautiful look to it. I really like this. Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. Blake Cousins here. We got a special report for you today. We're going to be sharing with you the second portion of the exclusive interview with Graham Hancock. He's going to be discussing the mysteries of Atlantis and much, much more. This is an exclusive interview via Dr. J Radio.
Yes, I do. Twice. At the beginning of the Younger Dryas, very puzzlingly, because the Younger Dryas, what you need to understand about the Younger Dryas is that for 2,000 years before it, the world had been gradually and politely warming up. This was the Ice Age. North America and Northern Europe were covered in ice sheets miles deep, enormous quantities of ice. And as a result, all that water locked up in ice on the ice caps, sea level was much lower than it is today. Indeed, at the peak of the Ice Age, about 21,000 years ago, sea level was 400 feet lower than it is today. That 400-foot rise in sea level occurred in a series of episodes following that. But the interesting thing is that the Younger Dryas, which sets in 12,800 years ago, follows a period of warming, but it's an instant deep freeze. The world suddenly gets incredibly cold again. But puzzlingly, there is a huge release of meltwater into the world ocean at that time, and sea levels rise significantly. This is not something that you would expect in a period when the world has gone cold. You would expect the ice to stay ice and not turn into water. But the argument of what turned it into water is very simple. Comet impacts, fragments of this giant comet impacted the North American ice cap. Tremendous amount of heat and shock were released, and this caused a huge flow of meltwater into the world ocean. Then the world stabilizes again, very cold period for the next 1,200 years, and then suddenly, massively it warms up, and the last of the ice caps 11,600 years ago collapse into the world ocean, and that's what geologists call meltwater pulse 1b. It's a huge rise in sea level. If we were to face such a rise in sea level in the range of 40 or 50 feet today, it would wipe out our civilization completely, because so much of our civilization is based around coastlines. That happened with meltwater pulse 1b around 11,600 years ago. And the evidence that suggests what happened is that there was a further bombardment of cometary fragments. But this time, instead of hitting an ice cap, they hit an ocean. They hit the ocean, send up a huge cloud of water vapor into the upper atmosphere, creating a greenhouse effect that causes the last meltdown of the ice sheets. It's a theory. It's supported, as I say, by more than 60 major scientists. They call themselves the Comet Research Group. Their material is online and has been published again and again in the most reputable scientific journals, including Nature and Scientific Reports and Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences and so on. They certainly have opponents. There are people who don't think that a comet hit the Earth, but the evidence is mounting, continuously mounting, that this was indeed the case, and that this explains both the beginning and the end of the Younger Dryas and the huge sea level rises that took place then. I mean, it's clear now that anatomically modern humans are a hybrid species. We are a hybrid species, and we carry in our DNA the DNA of other ancestral species with whom we interbred to form ourselves. And those are primarily the Neanderthals, who go back 700,000 or 800,000 years into the past, and a more recently discovered species called the Denisovans. And the type site for the Denisovans is a cave in southern Siberia, which it's been my privilege to visit. It's the most extraordinary place. These were highly sophisticated creatures. They didn't look exactly like us. If we were to see them in the street today, we probably would blink, but they didn't look that different from us either. And genetically, they were close enough to interbreed with us. So populations today do still carry substantial quantities of Denisovan DNA. The most of it is actually found in Melanesia, in Papua New Guinea, and such places, even though the type site is in southern Siberia. They were a very widely distributed species. So also the Neanderthals were very widely distributed, and again have been hugely underestimated. We do them a disservice when we use Neanderthal as an insult. They were highly sophisticated creatures. They made beautiful art. They were just like us, just looked a little bit different, but not so different that we couldn't interbreed with them. And when I say we, who were we then? We were a species in the process of formation. We're the result of all these encounters with different hominids over long periods of time. Homo erectus goes back more than 1 million years. I think.
What you're about to see is approximately 12 minutes of virtually never before seen video footage inside the Bent Pyramid of Egypt, which is among one of the most mysterious sites from ancient Egypt, as it's been closed off to the public for more than 50 years. In fact, because of that, even researchers and notable Egyptologists such as the late and legendary John Anthony West himself never had the opportunity to enter the Bent Pyramid, which was one of his longtime wishes. However, the Bent Pyramid just reopened to the public in June of 2019, and I was fortunate enough to be in Egypt this last November and December of 2020. And on November 30th, I had the privilege of going into the Bent Pyramid with Ben of the awesome channel Uncharted X, along with Yusuf Ayan from the Kemet School of Ancient Mysticism. And I took my iPhone 12 Pro, and I have about approximately 12 minutes of outstanding footage for you. Now, before I play the clip, just keep in mind that this starts off at the tunnel entrance, which is somewhere between 40 and 50 feet off the ground. In fact, in An entire staircase had to be constructed just to get up there. And the tunnel shaft itself is 3 feet wide and 3 feet tall. I was literally squatting the entire way down, which was a leg workout, to say the least, and I make jokes on it in the video. But I'm going to play the video clip, and then I'm going to make a comment, and then show you another shorter clip. So without further ado, here we go. Just do a quick little frame of reference at the bent pyramid. Holy shit. Yeah, this is cramped. I am bent more than halfway over. This is unreal. What's this little thing here? Yeah, this is no joke. Yeah, looks like you got way shorter. Yeah, it's... Wow, I've hit the roof a few times already. And this is 80-something meters, I believe 87 meters tunnel. Now, if you look at the sides, that precision. You see the blocks? This is next level pain in the ass construction. A tunnel carved through these rocks. Some of it looks like bedrock, I don't know. I'll shut up because I always know how annoying it is when people narrate while filming. I just want to see. Oh my god, this is nuts. You know, good, I'm at the halfway mark. I'm feeling the legs. Look at this. Are we into bedrock yet? I don't even know where. I'm not exactly situated. That the lines. So yeah, this is, look at the, just take a second to see the precision. So I'm walking through a tunnel of a bunch of freaking huge stones that are pieced together. Leg day, bruh. Leg day. Holy shit. Oh my god. Leg day, bruh.
Yeah, you gotta get a shot back this way.
Wow.
Jesus.
87 meters, or 86, or whatever. Hold on. All right. Oh, wow. Holy shit. Oh my god, look at this. This is one steep. Oh my. I'm looking with my eyes. It's probably at least 100 feet. Or like 80 or 90. I don't know. And then the walls. Look at this. Look at this precision. Just for comparison. Here's my, hold on a second, let me get my, where the hell's my hotel room key? Hold on, let me show you. Hold on, I want to be careful what I take out. Just, it's my driver's license for perspective. Yeah, look at this. All just block after block after block.
The homie just used his like laser measuring thing and found out this is about 2.6.
And then this is like, let me count the stories. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's 5 or 6 levels. Yeah, it looks like 5.
So I'm going to look at these graphs with my next. And I wish I could put this here.
guitar. Fuck, I'll just keep filming. I'm going up.
Bring that guitar, whip it out.
Just film the whole thing. Mind if I squeeze by? Thank you so much. Hey, catch my phone real quick. I want the shot of it recording as it falls. And let's just take a look. So here you got the, oh wow. I hope the phone is picking up the way I see it. This is nuts. Block after block, pieced together. This pyramid, the bent pyramid, just opened in 2019, I believe in June, after something like 20 years of restoration, which is funny, because in modern times it takes us 20 years to restore something that was said to be constructed in 20-something years in the ancient times. Think about that. See guys, this isn't a tomb. You see the design of all this, and we're up. So I'm on the 5th floor right now. Let me look down, zoom in, you see. Like below me, it's like at least 60 feet. And I look up, so we're at like, up here it's at least 60, 70 feet. I don't know, it was a guess, maybe 80. And just the nature of the layout. All right, I'm still going. Look at these blocks. All just stacked in. Look at this tunnel. Ow, fuck. I hit my back. I'll live.
There's no outrunning 5G, and it's rolling out as we speak. Instead of trying to be...
Yeah, I'm totally posting this on Insta. Hi there. Mind if I squeeze through real quick?
Come.
Yes. Mind if I squeeze through, please?
I didn't see him. Hey, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy, oh, there he is.
Oh, fuck me. I keep hitting my back. This is great.
Lagging behind.
Oh, wow. Is there room to fit through or no?
Not really. You're gonna have to.
All right, you know what? Then I'll just...
It's not that far.
Yeah, you only got a couple here.
Hi, Ben. I'm doing a full video tour. Yeah, you're on camera, Ben, Uncharted X. How is it in there?
Wonderful. Yeah, there's a couple features. You see the breeze up there. There's a stone sledge to the right that used to block that western entrance.
Yep.
Portcullis stone, and then you go up to the Bat Cave.
I can't wait to see what a bat cave looks like.
Just maybe can we tell people back there? There's still people coming up.
Yeah. I would love to get through.
Fly by now.
I can see. Oh yeah.
Sneak in there, man. I'll try and sneak past it too.
Yeah, we got room.
Yeah.
We got tons of room. How is it, Johanna?
Should we pass?
Oh yeah. It's a little dark.
So many bats.
Are you like there really is bats in here? Oh yeah. Oh good. They're going on Insta too. Jesus Christ, this is amazing. Hey, what's going on, Doc? Oh, and it goes this way. It goes this way. Let me squeeze by. Pardon, Sheila. How are you? Good. It's nice in here, isn't it? Hi, Connie. Woo. Todd, how is it? And where would this go?
That's an airflow chamber out to the western outside of the pyramid.
Yeah.
That's where the airflow is coming from.
Right, hold on, I know this is shaky camera stuff, but I don't want to stop recording simply because I want everyone to see the tour of this place. Forgive me. I'm gonna get a flashlight out. There's my friend Ben from Australia, calls it a torch, which I think is great. 1 second, guys. I just wasn't anticipating to be this cramped. Okay.
I didn't ask you your first name, I forgot.
That's good, David.
Connie.
So what am I looking at here? I would like to know where that all goes, and it goes up. That's weird. These are obviously more modern cuts. Okay. Pardon me. And look at this. So I'm in another tunnel with this incredible precision of cut blocks. And I am a few hundred feet up off the ground. Oh, actually, no, I don't know that because we went down for a while, then we went back up. So I'm probably around the same level that I was at with the stairs. I don't know, I'm just blabbing. Okay, there's some bats. You probably can't see them, but they are there. Those are bats. That's a big bat. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, maybe it's not. There are bats. That one's not a bat, but those are bats.
Up here. Like, what is this? This is nothing about this is like a tomb. This is not a burial site. It really isn't. You guys have heard me talk about that a million times, but look and think for yourselves. Like, oh yeah, it's just a layout of where you would bury someone, and oh, of course we never found a mummy whatsoever in any of these tombs. But, you know, where does this go under these stairs? Okay, now there's kind of a weird smell in here. That's gotta be bad shit. I've been to a zoo before.
That this lower chamber had these logs of wood and then these small pieces of stone used to make a ceiling on top of it. Yeah. As you can see, logs were removed from here and from there, so there used to be other 3 or 4 logs going on that level. And it's what supported this stone. And this is us for the pyramid builders. So same like the lower ones over here.
Can we date these logs?
We can, but they already dated the site from the writing, so nobody took a sample and radiocarbon dated.
Not here, so there's no reason.
Now that's where the camera cuts off because it was a little crowded and loud in there, but I have another minute-long clip which I started playing when I went back down that 5-level stairwell, which will give you a different perspective of what I saw. So let me show that to you now.
So that's the chamber we were just in. It goes all the way to the top, as we were just up there, way up there. And then we go down this steep set of steps, which aren't even supposed to be there. Look at that, because it's all hollow, so keep that in mind. There are no steps here. And when you see these steps, this is the tunnel I went down in originally, and that's on the way out. Yeah, up and out. And so nothing about this is meant for humans to be able to move around in. There's no steps, there's no nothing without us putting it in there, and it just goes up. This isn't a maze in order to keep tomb robbers out. Never mind the fact that there was no mummy found in here. It's just something, it seems functional.
So, leg day, bruh. Is it just me or is that place absolutely incredible? And was it like anything you expected it to look like? And you got to keep in mind, we're seeing it as it is today with all these stairwells that were built into it. And keep in mind that people have been going through there doing whatever humans do, beating up the place for the last hundreds and even thousands of years. Keep in mind when you saw that chamber in there, the king's chamber, which I mean, never was found with any mummy or sarcophagi, guys. That wasn't there. So that whole roof system that you see busted and the logs laying across it, that was a sealed chamber. So who knows exactly what has taken place in there. And of course, they also use explosives in there too. I mean, the place was wrecked. So we have no idea what truly happened there or what its originality looked like, but I will say this. Picture it in your mind without all those stairs and explain how it would make sense for that to be a tomb for anybody. Imagine moving a mummy and a sarcophagi up where there are no stairs into that tunnel that goes in. I mean, something, I'm just going to say it. I do not believe for a second that that was built with the purpose of being a tomb for the pharaohs. I think it's a silly idea. It's not backed by hardly any evidence at all. And not only that, that theory didn't even exist in Egypt till about 150, 160 years ago when a bunch of outsiders from other countries, invaders, came in and said that's what it is. A lot of people don't realize that the Egyptians themselves, the locals, populace, don't believe that they were meant to be tombs for the pharaohs, or at least not many of them. So, these are details that a lot of people aren't aware of. But let me also say this. I took several hundred photos on my outstanding mirrorless camera. So you haven't seen any of that yet because right now I'm not filming this on my typical setup because I'm traveling. I'll share more about that in a second. So I will be making a full video about the bent pyramid in the future where I'll explain all the different details about it and also mention the fact that the very nature itself of being bent and how the so-called experts claim that that was just an accident on behalf of the Egyptians. Like, no, guys, that's stupid. The Egyptians didn't make mistakes like that and they could have fixed it. I believe that this thing was functional. I think it had something to do with frequency and vibration, probably channeled water and air through it. I'm not trying to convince you of that. I don't know that. But I think this is beyond our level of understanding. And maybe, just maybe, some really impressive things were happening here on Earth in the distant past. And now it's freaking gone, guys. So stay tuned to a future video on that. And let me just say that I'm going to be posting another video of raw, unedited footage of me inside the second pyramid, the so-called Pyramid of Khafre, which wasn't his pyramid either. And that goes from the Sphinx, the causeway up it, to the second pyramid. And let me just say that I have significant reason to believe that that pyramid was built before the Great Pyramid of Giza, which I originally thought that was the first one and the most impressive. But Ben from Uncharted X sold me otherwise, and I think that there's some real truth to that, that the second pyramid was the first, because so many things about it are even more impressive than the Great Pyramid, and these are details I never knew about till I went and saw it with my own eyes. So look forward to that. But I also say this when I say that I'm not on my current setup. So if you watched my recent live stream video, I mentioned that I'd have some details to share in the future, and so I'll share it now. I've been living in Boise for the last 4.5 years, although I'm in Arizona right now as I film this. And I'm moving back to Arizona. I'm going to be going back to Idaho soon to finish things up there, complete the move. But I couldn't be more excited to be making this move, to be closer with family and friends. And it's just going to help Jimmy to be able to make videos on a more regular basis that'll have other things around in my life that are necessary. So Idaho's wonderful. I recommend Boise to other people. But it's time for Jimmy to move on. And yeah, I love talking in third person. But anyways. But yeah, so stay tuned. Once I have my full setup here, I'll be able to start making video presentations with all the pictures and slides like I typically do, so I can explain things in more detail. But it is fun sharing these unedited videos through my iPhone, which I thought took some pretty good quality shots. So anyways, leave a comment. Let me know what your thoughts are on all of this. I mean, again, picture this bent pyramid, and the entrance itself being 40, 50, maybe even 60 feet, but I want to say 40, 50 feet off the ground. That staircase didn't exist. It's flat with all the casing stones. So to get up there in the first place is something else. And the very nature.
Hey, what's up guys? Hope everybody's and I noticed a strange object slowly traveling in the sky above the clouds. It had a triangle pyramid shape and was slowly spinning while traveling. Reminded me of a daytime Merkaba, is what they were describing. You know the Merkabas that we see at night, these spinning cubes? That's kind of what this reminds me of, only in the daytime. This is what I observed before pulling the camera out and getting video footage. After I finished filming, I checked a few of my flight control apps to see if it was a weather balloon or possibly a plane in the sky, and there was no plane or balloon in the area above me. Take a look at the footage and let us know what your thoughts are. And I did just that, and here's what I did. I put together a little video slideshow of the video that he shared with me from January 2nd, and he was describing this as a spinning pyramid in the daytime sky. And I'm wondering if this is not what people are seeing sometimes in the nighttime sky that they're describing as spinning cubes, possibly pyramids, that look like colorful Merkabas in the nighttime sky. This is the original video. I haven't zoomed in yet. Very clear image of something moving through the sky. No blinking lights, no colorful lights. Definitely not an airplane, not a helicopter. Did not make any type of sound. He even said that it was moving kind of slow to be any type of aircraft that we know of. It went behind the clouds and came back out again. And this is the original footage. I haven't done anything to this. In fact, all I do is zoom in here in just a second. Right after this segment here, it goes behind the clouds. Now I zoom in, and we're going to take a closer look at this object, and you can kind of tell it is doing something up there. He described it as spinning, and he said it looked like a triangle, possibly a pyramid, in the daytime sky. So if I had to guess, I'm thinking this is what people are seeing at night at various places around the world. We see these very colorful spinning what look like cubes or triangles. I think that's what this is, only it's in the daytime sky. Great observation by Kersley out of Victoria, Australia. And I also observations. Here's some new sky phenomena photos sent in from all around the world. VC out of Westland, Michigan. This one here I've looked at pretty close, and I went ahead and shared it with you guys. Normally I will dismiss these as some sort of a lens artifact or reflection. That's not the case with this particular photo. Actually, there's 2 or 3 that she shared with me, and there is a lens flare. It's right up there. This is not a typical lens flare. I don't know what we've got going on here. I found it just weird, that's all. Some sort of a bulge at the time she was taking the photo of the direct sun from Westland, Michigan. Here it is inverted, and it's still there. Not sure what that was. Stephanie out of Houston, Texas. You can see why she took the photo. Looks like a
the results strongly support that these beings are not closely related.
Triangle sitting in the middle of the random clouds above Houston, Texas. Here's another fine example of a triangle shape, this time near the moon. That's the exact same size of the triangle craft. I actually saw a craft the night of the Great Conjunction way over here to the left of the moon during the Great Conjunction. Back on December 21st of 2020. This here was an excellent observation. Here it is inverted, and you can see it's still there. Kind of almost looks like it's behind the moon. Maybe it's just an optical illusion. Don't know, but it definitely looked like a triangle. Sandra S. out of Ontario, Canada. Also noticed some sort of a strange, out-of-place looking triangle shape in the sky. Beautiful purple clouds here out of San Jose by Stephanie. San Jose, California. This here is really weird. This is what I was talking about at the beginning of the video. I shared this photo here, and when you zoom in really tight back in this location, 2 different people from the Phoenix area, one from Glendale and one from Phoenix, noticed what looked like something slithering through the sky back on December 28th of 2020. Like I said, I received multiple photos from 2 different people that don't know each other. Look at that. How do you even describe this here? That looks like a long snake went slithering through the sky. Obviously there wasn't, but how did that come to be? You can see the roll cloud right here, and then above and just behind that roll cloud feature or shelf cloud, you can see these very rare. I've never seen anything quite like that. That's why I'm calling them rare. This is a photo sent in by Shell, who noticed the same thing from Glendale, and you can see there's even more in her photograph that she shared with me. Look at all these features in the clouds. Looks like something was slithering through the sky, leaving a trail in the thin layer of clouds. There's a close-up view of her photo that she shared with me. She also saw this unique configuration in the sky. This is the 2 photos side by side. Very, very unique. First photo was shared by Silver Meditator, and the other photo was shared by Shell out of Glendale. Sarah R. out of Glasgow, Scotland. Notice the big halo around the sun with a very unique feature on the top of the sun, and then a white halo up above that. Sent in this video footage of this incredible sky above Scotland. Northeast Ohio, Sam M. Notice some very unique, what look like roll clouds in the sky lined up next to each other. Tennessee, Sally S. A spectacular fiery orange sky. Unbelievable. These are absolutely captivating.
The most sensitive place in the empire is Maralinga.
I thought you built towers.
Yes, from which they drop atom bombs. No towers, no bombs, no progress.
I want you to know that I've seen things here that I couldn't in conscience stay silent about.
I'm MI6. My job is to stop your leaks and recover the documents.
You should know they brought the test forward to tomorrow.
Next bomb must be stopped.
If I were you, I'd walk away right now.
We survived 2020, but what will 2021 bring? Is it asteroids and zombies, or puppies? Welcome back to America Uncovered. I'm Chris Chappell. Well, everyone, we made it. It's 2021. Congratulations. Start off the year right by liking this episode. It helps us with YouTube's algorithm. Also, remember to subscribe to the channel and turn the notifications on. Seriously, thank you for your support. So, 2021, a new year, a fresh start, a clean slate. I feel better already. And there's no way that 2021 will be as bad as 2020. Unless it's filled with asteroids, zombies, and a bad outlook. Although, if the world is already filled with asteroids and zombies, a bad outlook just feels redundant. Anyway, that New York Post story is just one of many news articles that have popped up in the last week or so about Nostradamus' 2021 predictions. And I get it. Nostradamus, the 16th century French predictor person, is a pretty popular guy. The History Channel talks about him all the time, when they're not talking about ancient aliens. In fact, I can't wait for the upcoming History Channel documentary, Nostradamus, Ancient Alien? Look, I promise that I'm not turning into the History Channel. I actually have a larger point here. Because as I started to see more articles talking about Nostradamus' most terrifying predictions for this year, of zombies and asteroids, earthquakes, and the plague, I started to notice something odd. So odd that I'm bringing back our popular segment, Wait, is that true? 2021 edition. What I noticed was that all of the Nostradamus articles were using the same two websites as a source. That is, when they weren't just copying off of each other. Like how the Jerusalem Post copied Dublin Live, and Dublin Live copied the Mirror. Other, more authoritative news outlets like Newsweek went straight to the source. That's right, website yearlyhoroscope.org, which says that 70% of Nostradamus' predictions have come true. That seems legit. Speaking of legit, here's the Yearly Horoscope website. Some news articles also use the Wise Horoscope website as a source. It's not that we here at America Uncovered don't trust Newsweek or yearlyhoroscope.org, but we decided to double-check their claims by actually reading Nostradamus' original words, or at least by reading the most commonly used translation of the most reliable surviving publication of Nostradamus' prophecies from 1568. We didn't plan on doing this research. We just wanted to make a fun episode about Nostradamus. But after years of doing these shows, we just can't stop ourselves from doing research. And we discovered something absolutely hilarious, which I'll tell you about after the break.
Never use Ziploc bags again with this clever new invention. The product was created by an award-winning...
Welcome back. So we read Nostradamus' original text, and then compared it to the 2021 predictions we've been seeing this past week. Now, to their credit, the predictions listed on the Yearly Horoscope website are based on actual Nostradamus prophecies. Unlike that time last April when someone made up a fake Nostradamus prophecy to falsely claim that he predicted the coronavirus. But although the prophecies listed for 2021 were technically from Nostradamus, there's one key problem. Nostradamus almost never gave specific dates for specific prophecies. So as far as we can tell, Yearly Horoscope and Wise Horoscope just took a bunch of random Nostradamus prophecies, interpreted them in weird ways, and claimed they were for 2021. They're essentially fake 2021 predictions. And a bunch of media, including Newsweek, wrote articles about it without bothering to check anything. I guess the editors looked at the stories and were like, it looks right. We don't need to fact check. The most explosive claim is that a Russian scientist will create a biological weapon that will bring about the zombie apocalypse. Why is it always zombies? Why is it never a puppy apocalypse? At least then the end of the world would be cute and furry. Anyway, a Russian scientist creating a zombie apocalypse. That's Yearly Horoscope's interpretation of a Nostradamus prophecy. Odd, because in the 16th century, there was no concept of zombies or scientists. Here's the Nostradamus text Yearly Horoscope used. No idea how they got a Russian scientist and zombies from that. Anyway, it's one of the few Nostradamus prophecies that actually has a date in the original text. And that date is the year of our Lord, 1564. Those verses are from two different places in his almanac for 1564, which is supposed to predict what would happen in 1564, not 2021. I could go on, but I think you get the point. Nostradamus did not say the zombie apocalypse is going to happen in 2021, which is a shame because I was getting excited about 2021 disaster bingo. So this story is not true. But I'm not bringing this up to talk about Nostradamus' fake predictions, because this isn't Prophecies Unrevealed. I'm bringing this up to talk about how a lot of media outlets just rewrote and published fake clickbait without bothering to check anything. Because why check it when they know it will get views? Plus, their staff each have to churn out 10 articles a day, so there's no time to check it. And hey, all the other media are doing it too, and that makes it okay. Now this might be pretty harmless when it comes to articles about Nostradamus and the zombie apocalypse, but it's really bad when this behavior carries over to the real news, and it does, all the time. I'll show you how after this commercial break.
Plans to cap the cost of UK funeral and cremation services have been shelved by the UK government, leaving the public exposed.
Welcome back. The one prediction that will certainly come true in 2021 is that the media will continue to copy each other's stories without bothering to check if they're actually true. That's one reason why the public is inundated with so much misinformation. And it's why so many people have stopped trusting so-called authoritative media. Remember this blockbuster Politico story from last year about how Trump owes millions of dollars to a Chinese state-owned bank? It was repeated by lots of other media, all citing the Politico article. And then it turned out to be not true, because the Bank of China sold off the loan back in 2012, long before Trump ran for office. So then Politico quietly changed their headline without issuing a correction. And then, after more backlash, they issued an editor's note and a correction, several days later. Of course, most people don't know that, and still think Trump owes millions to a Chinese bank. This kind of thing has happened repeatedly in the last few years, especially when it involves Trump. It was especially bad during the Russian collusion investigation, like when ABC News claimed that Michael Flynn would testify that Trump told him to contact the Russians about ISIS during the campaign. Turns out that was not true. Flynn said that Trump told him to contact Russia during the transition, not the campaign, which completely changes the story. ABC News had to issue a correction, as did other media that had jumped on the story after ABC reported it. ABC ended up firing that reporter. There was also the time BuzzFeed claimed that the Mueller investigation had found that Trump told Michael Cohen to lie to Congress. Other media jumped on the story, citing BuzzFeed. Mueller's office actually denied the BuzzFeed report at the time, but BuzzFeed did not issue a correction until 3 months later when the Mueller report was publicly released. And there was the embarrassing time that CNN, MSNBC, and CBS all messed up the same story. They all said that they had sources who confirmed there was an email proving that WikiLeaks had given Donald Trump and Trump Jr. hacked DNC emails that hadn't been publicly released on WikiLeaks. This would prove that Trump was colluding with Russia via WikiLeaks. I would show you the original video, but CNN has scrubbed it from the internet, because it turns out that those emails were sent after WikiLeaks made the hacked documents public. And the email wasn't even sent by anyone at WikiLeaks. It was just some guy who saw that WikiLeaks had publicly released these documents and thought the Trumps would be interested. There's lots more of these examples of the media getting things really wrong.
Technologies that are dominating today, they're dominating because they're able to deliver force faster, harder, stronger, smarter. So if we ask the question, what is money? Money is the highest form of energy that human beings can channel. Bitcoin is channeling human ingenuity into making it better. And every commodity is channeling human energy into making it worse. The lowbrow or the historic colloquial term is HODL, right? Hold on for dear life, or just HODL or save, whatever. And the highbrow term would be adopt as a Treasury Reserve asset.
Hey guys, so as you learned by watching the What is Money show, Bitcoin is the single most important asset you can own in the world today. And so this begs the question, which I'm often asked, how does one build their Bitcoin position? And the strategy really is simple. I suggest first you decide on an initial portfolio percentage allocation and a target portfolio percentage allocation. Go ahead and establish the initial position with a one-time buy, and then start dollar cost averaging towards your target portfolio percentage. And you can also complement this by buying Bitcoin price dips to further increase that position and reduce your cost basis. And finally, I suggest to everyone to take custody of their Bitcoin, to move all of their Bitcoin into self-sovereign custody, because again, Bitcoin left on an exchange is not Bitcoin, it's a Bitcoin IOU. And for those of you living in the US, there's no better choice than Swan Bitcoin to do all of the above. So Swan lets you set up automatic recurring buys. And I can't help but relate that and see Bitcoin in that lens too, where we do have this system that's actually reaching deeper into chaos than anything else, right? Like the SHA-256 mining algorithm is quite literally finding a single atom in an entire universe. Right, that is the mining race, if you will, is identifying that single atom in the universe. And with that reach into chaos, it is forging the most profound order we've ever had. Right, you can't argue with the Bitcoin blockchain. It's just whoever has those UTXOs has them. So it seems to me like there is something very a profound connection between truth and this principle of converting chaos into order. And the quote that took that home for me with G.K. Chesterton was, "A dead thing can go with the stream, only a living thing can swim against it." So there's something like Bitcoin, again, in that sense, is quite literally alive.
Bitcoin and beavers. Yeah. The beavers engineering the stream to create a dam. Human beings are engineering systems. Bitcoin is an engineered monetary energy system. It's the first well-engineered monetary system that we build. And human beings, through their intellect, channel that energy. And within within the system, we extract order, and we have a very efficient structure, and the price we pay is some disorder outside of our system, some energy dissipation. But I'm not terribly concerned with that. The universe has got more energy than it needs, and we're just dipping our fingers into 0.000 with a million gazillion O's after it 1%, right?
Right.
And so it can spare a little bit of energy. And when we create something beautiful, be it a railroad or a Bitcoin network or a social network or the like, right? We find a way to do something millions of times faster, smarter, stronger than before, and that drives forward the human race. And so this is not, it's not the only great achievement of the human race. It just happens to be the most interesting achievement of the human race.
Would you say that's the struggle then, is we're sort of pushing back entropy? That's what civilization is, right? We're creating more, a larger bubble of order within the universal bubble of entropy.
I would say the highest calling of man is to extract order from the chaos. And you could also say, you know, humans are divine when they engineer a better habitat for themselves and those that they love through their intellect. The human that bridges the chasm. The human that constructs, right, the city. The human that creates the machine, right? And that's been going on for human history. That's the most honorable, you know, and admirable thing that human beings can do. And if we didn't do it, you know, we'd be running around naked on the plains being chased by wolves and probably eaten by wolves.
Yeah.
And that's that. So to engineer is divine. Look at a problem, engineer a solution. That's why we respect the engineers. You want to talk about Bitcoin as a medium of exchange?
Let's do it.
You know, a lot of people, they focus upon the white paper, and you know, we debated ad infinitum, and I think that everybody that we agree with notes that peer-to-peer cash means a settlement network for a bearer instrument. And and it's important that in that regard, you be able to exchange assets. It's, in my opinion, utterly unimportant that you be able to engage in high frequency, small transactions on the Bitcoin network. And I think that it's dysfunctional to pursue that vision. I think that Roger Ver is just wrong in this regard. I mean, it was a nice idea. Roger Ver thinks the magic in Bitcoin is to be able to pay for coffee with your phone. But, and it's a tragic error of insight. That was not the magic of Bitcoin then, and it isn't now. The magic of Bitcoin is being able to catapult energy 100 years in the future and not lose the energy. And then the other magics are the magics that come from wrapping the Bitcoin with software to make it smarter, faster, and stronger. That's the magic. The ability to do a minor transaction, it's trivially inconsequential. Number one, only 1 to 2% of your wealth needs to be in these high frequency transactions. So a logical thing for anybody is just to keep 1, 2, 3% of their wealth in fiat and then operate it on the PayPal network or the Visa network or the Apple Pay network or some centralized network. I think Saifedean's already made the point. Proof of work network is 1 billion times less efficient or 1 trillion times less efficient than the centralized version. So you're going to get 1 billion times more speed and 1 billion times more economy by running the 1% of your life on a centralized network. And if you didn't need to move it to a off-chain, right? Off-chain could be I don't even think it's another crypto. I just think off-chain is just a centralized network. You might as well just put it on Square or Apple, because nobody cares whether they go out of business in a year or 2 years or 5 years. And the fact that if you're in a country, the fact that those transactions are being monitored just means that, well, 1% of your transactions, 1% of the value of your transactions will be monitored. If you want to do something illicit, you would do it 0.01% of the time on the Bitcoin network. So, you know, the one time in your life when you need to flee Iraq or Syria as a refugee, and that's when you need to do your on-chain transaction. Well, then you use Bitcoin and you can wait 30 minutes. You'll probably be okay.
Right.
By definition, if you move $1 billion once, it's 1 billion times more valuable than moving $1 once. And so the use case of moving $1 billion back and forth is valuable, and you can pay high transaction fees. And the use case of moving $1, $2, $3, $5, or $10 or $50 or $100 is not valuable, because it falls exponentially, or at least linearly, with the amount of money being moved. Now, there's some other reasons why Bitcoin doesn't make sense as a medium of exchange right now, and maybe never. I tend to think never. I think what's going to happen is, well, we can debate semantics of what does medium of exchange mean, but I think Bitcoin is a high-frequency store of value, low-frequency settlement network, or low-frequency medium of exchange. Once a month is more than enough. Once a year, maybe enough. Once in a lifetime, might be enough. If the rest of the ecosystem develops, there'll be a point at which there's a crypto bank and Robert Breedlove has 200 Bitcoin in an account, and he points the bank toward the Bitcoin, and the Bitcoin's worth $1 million of Bitcoin. And the bank will forward you fiat on credit at good rates to do whatever you want your entire life. The Bitcoin will never move. And the bank will do whatever. And if the bank fails, what do you care? The bank failed, not you. Doesn't matter. You've got 1%. I mean, you've got nothing at risk. They actually took all the risk. So you don't need to do things with high frequency to create value, other than protect the money. Now, there are some accounting and systems and tax reasons why it doesn't make sense as a medium of exchange. The obvious thing is, every time you actually take revenue in Bitcoin, it would be a taxable event. You would mark the Bitcoin. So if you paid me in Bitcoin while Bitcoin is trading 10,500, I have to mark it. If you paid me $27 in Bitcoin, I have a ledger entry, $27 in Bitcoin at a $10,400 basis. If your friend bought another $32 book, I have another ledger entry. I would, if I sold 1 million things in Bitcoin, I'd have 1 million ledger entries with 1 million different basis prices. And then if I paid you a salary in Bitcoin, I would then have to figure out whether to capital gain on it, and then I have to pay the tax. So if I have 100 million in Bitcoin, and then next year I pay 100 million in expenses with Bitcoin, and Bitcoin went up by a factor of 2, I would actually generate $100 million in capital gains, and I would owe $20 or $30 million to the federal government within 12 months for the privilege of using Bitcoin, which runs 1 billion times slower than Apple Pay. So how many ways is this awful? Well, first of all, it takes a decade to get your accounting systems to work. It's worthwhile to note, like, how does a global multinational work? I have 27 subsidiaries in 27 countries. I do business in about 15 different currencies. US, Euro, but Yuan, Yen, Pesos, Real, Mexican Peso, Argentine Peso, you name it. We got lots of currencies. By law, we do that. By law, we pay all the medical bills in those currencies, all the insurance, all the vendor relationship. It took 10 years. It takes 10 years to set up a global multinational from start to finish. Probably takes 5 years to get all your accounting system to work right. It's 20, 30, $40 million to get it all working right. If I buy 500 million in Bitcoin,
I put it in the treasury, I stare at it, I never do another transaction, hopefully for the not decade. Until we're in an insolvency event, we're not moving it, right? Why would we? The truth is, like, we want to put it in the vault and throw away the key. Like I would say to anybody, like, I don't want to be able to move it. Right? I just want it to sit there. I'm going to wait for it to appreciate. Then we sell stuff in won and yen and euro and dollar, and we put that onto our accounts. We sweep all the dollars into maybe one currency, dollar. We sweep all the fiat into one thing, dollar. We balance, and if we need to shuffle some stuff around in working capital accounts, we put it back. If we don't need it for working capital, we sweep it into the treasury. If it's in the treasury, we convert it to the treasury reserve asset, Bitcoin. It goes in, never comes out. You know, a vendor wants, they send me a bill, I pay them in the local currency. No vendor's going to bill me in Bitcoin. By the way, people say, I've heard this, they're like, well, don't your employees want to get paid in Bitcoin? Well, the answer is no, they don't. But let's say the answer was yes. Let's say all of them were Bitcoin maximalists. Exactly how much Bitcoin do they want to get paid in? They have mortgages, they have bills. So the answer is we pay them in the local currency. And if they want to buy Bitcoin, or if they want Bitcoin, they buy it.
Right.
And by the way, why would it be an awful mistake to pay them in Bitcoin? Because we would accelerate the tax bill by 100 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as Bitcoin is volatile, we will generate all sorts of tax obligations.
Right.
And the second thing is we would increase our accounting complexity by an order of magnitude.
Right.
And the third is, our employees will then have to sell the Bitcoin and generate their own taxable accounting complexity in order to get cash to pay their mortgage and pay for their kids' school or whatever they're doing, right? So you're creating lots of complexity here. If I got 2,000 employees and 200 of them want to own Bitcoin, then I pay all 2,000 in euros and dollars and pesos and yen and won, and they go in their local exchange and they buy the Bitcoin and they hold it because, like, do I want to hold it?
Right.
It's all, you know, so the point is, when you're running a company with Bitcoin as an operating system, the logical thing to do is you just sweep your fiat into your treasury, convert your treasury into Bitcoin, let it sit there, and then if a vendor wants to get paid in Bitcoin, I pay them in dollars, they buy Bitcoin. If an employee wants to get paid in Bitcoin, I pay them in dollars, they buy the Bitcoin. The whole ethos of Bitcoin, by the way, is take responsibility for yourself, right? Don't treat adults like children. And so it's patronizing in a way for me to say, well, Robert, you work for me, but I'm going to help you by paying you in Bitcoin. It's like,
Well, it's hard to imagine that 2021 could be better than 2020, but it's going to be better than 2020, and I can already feel it in the air. I can feel the electricity in the air. I can feel the pump. It's pumping up. You know, we're going to see some price levels in 2021 that'll shock the world. Shock the world!
Yeah, I am. You know what? I'm going to keep this shirt on. I think it's going to be my lucky t-shirt for 2021. I'm going to wear it every single episode. I've decided that it's going to be true. But you know what? You know, Max and I come from a background in the gold markets. That's how we first met Bitcoin, was via some gold people who, you know, we were anti-central bank and gold as an alternative to the central banks. And then this tweet stream from Luke Groman made me really see at the end of the year just how bad gold is at this time for anybody to hedge against central banks or governments, because of course they own a large quantity of it. So I'm going to look at this tweet from Luke Groman. Bitcoin's price is simply doing what paper gold leverage has been doing in recent decades. BTC's chart is reminiscent of what a chart of the number of paper gold ounces outstanding per physical gold ounce looks like. So he's saying like the actual price of gold has not captured the sheer quantity of people going into gold, but you could see the same parabolic move in the amount of paper gold that exists.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what we've been saying since 2008 in particular. The price wasn't really
Hello and welcome to some more Star Citizen. It is a relatively quiet week from Cloud Imperium as they look to be coming back in force starting the 11th of January, or I suppose I should say that they will be back to their more regularly scheduled content next week. Things we might see next week are the monthly reports for Star Citizen and Squadron 42, actually pretty meaty ones. I'm a little unsure when Inside Star Citizen is supposed to start, but I think that's very likely next Thursday as well. That will be looking at the new cycles of content. We are currently going into obviously Q1 2021 and that 3.13 patch, so lots of new stuff there. We know that Cloud Imperium are working on a 3.12.1 patch for the current patch cycle, as well as getting those Xenothreat in-game event stuff that's supposed to be going on into the game. And that will happen at some time in the relatively near future, but we don't have a date on that yet. Could be next week, could be a lot longer. Hopefully not too much longer though. It's done when it's done. So Cloud Imperium have said as well, in the background, we are hammering away at updates for the public roadmap, including the addition of the core tech group, 9 teams basically added to the roadmap. So while you won't see a roadmap update this week, we are currently planning for our first roadmap update to be later this month, with updates happening every 2 weeks after that. Stay tuned for more info. So we don't know if that's going to be next week or the week after. We still are waiting to see where iCache, server meshing, Vulkan or the Gen 12 renderer will fall on the roadmap, as well as plans for Q2, Q3, Q4, and some other major features. So hopefully that will all go on at the same time or soon after. As I was recording this video, there was a little update and amendment of when we might see some of the roadmap updates, with Xylo on Reddit saying the current plan is actually to do roadmap publishes on Wednesdays. Currently we're looking like we're going to have the core tech group ready to publish by January 27th. We're aiming for the color coding system to come online at the same time. That's basically just a better way of filtering and seeing what's going on with the roadmap. Of course, things can change, as you know, which is why we didn't commit to a hard date and simply said we're targeting January. Something that Cloud Imperium has done this week, though, is fixed a big server disconnect issue that was plaguing 3.12 and has been plaguing Star Citizen for a while. Now, this is not fixing all 30k errors. 30k errors are an umbrella term for all forms of server to client disconnect. However, they have hotfixed a more common one that people were experiencing. So there was a thread from the 1st of January 2021 on Spectrum. I don't have the 30k issues like all other posts claim they are having. Why am I alone? With the original poster, OP, seemingly confused that they get very few 30k errors and issues, and a lot of people constantly complain about them. Is he the only one with a stable experience for Star Citizen Alpha 3.12? Clive Johnson from Cloud Imperium, their lead network programmer in fact, replied on the 3rd of January, "I'm glad you've been having relatively few 30k disconnection problems lately. Staff will begin returning from their holidays, myself included, from Monday the 4th. I will spend some time investigating whether the different frequencies with which backers experience 30ks is merely random server crashes or a symptom of another issue affecting some clients more than others." This post was then followed up on the 4th of January with some good news from Clive. I'm happy to report that we found a problem and live servers are being hotfixed as I write this. In this particular case, the 30Ks were being caused not by server crashes, but by an incorrectly set timeout trigger during periods of high bandwidth usage, such as initial connection or while streaming areas from the server. When combined with sufficient packet loss or a bandwidth throttled connection, this could result in the timeout being triggered and result in a 30K disconnection. My thanks to everyone here for helping to raise the alarm. Essentially, the bug would occur at random and unfortunately was not frequent enough to be spotted while the build was still on the PTU. So this is awesome for the game. It's great to know that at least some more 30K errors have been fixed. Now, I've been having a relatively bug-free, at least stable Star Citizen experience with 3.12 for sure. And this puts 3.12 in a much better place now for a lot more players, though there's certainly still issues with database access, calling up ships, buying and selling commodities, bounty hunting, a few other bits that are sort of like bugged and quite hard to get around sometimes. Hopefully that 3.12.1 patch will go a long way with dealing with those bugs as well. In some other news, buyback tokens have been allocated to accounts. These allow you to buy back a ship that you've previously melted for store credit with store credit once a quarter. The ability to do that will refresh on April 5th, July 5th, and October 4th this year. Hopefully, we should have a lot of development updates next week, but I'm curious to know what you think. Have you been playing Star Citizen since that 30K hotfix for 3.12? If so, how stable is your game? Are you looking forward to those dynamic events that should be coming soon? Do you think we'll see server meshing and pyro on the roadmap this year? Whatever your thoughts, I'd love to hear from you in the comments below. It's January, and to start the new year, I am giving away 5 ships with game packages to 5 lucky commenters on my videos. So we've got the 100i, the 125a, the 135c, the Talon, and the Shrike, all up for grabs with, as I said, game packages and lifetime insurance. Just comment on any of my videos made during January to be in for a chance of winning those. Hey yo, do you not like having all your data stolen? How about your browser history? Do you want some random dude on the internet to know all of that? 1 second, I'm just watching some dank memes, as if I'm from America. But I'm from the UK. What am I using to do that? Well, it's NordVPN. It might save your life, though I can't think of any scenario right now that it would. Links below for a discount. Not only do I shill for Nord, but I also shill for Shadow Cloud Gaming, basically an internet-based alternative to having a gaming PC. It's a monthly subscription, very affordable, and they've got a load of cool hardware options coming in the very near future. It's available in a large portion of the world, so check that.
Anyone who is over 50 and has not yet tried this miracle shoe is missing out on something in life.
There's a lot of excitement right now around the record speed vaccines for COVID-19, some of which are already starting distribution in parts of the world. But given that these are mRNA vaccines, a relatively new technology that has not been widely used before, we wanted to explain how they work and what happens to your body from the moment that needle touches your skin.
Like the vaccines we're used to seeing, these vaccines will be injected into the upper muscle of your arm. But unlike typical vaccines, which introduce inactive or weakened forms of a virus, these will release genetic material called messenger RNA. So what exactly does this mRNA do? Well, in a regular cell of your body, you have DNA inside of the nucleus. And this DNA stores all the information and instructions important to the functioning of your cells, your body, and ultimately makes you, you. Inside your cell is machinery that reads through your DNA and transcribes it into mRNA, which then leaves the nucleus and goes into your cytoplasm. And it's here that the ribosomes in your cells read the RNA and, depending on the specific code, build a series of amino acids which fold in on themselves to make proteins which keep you alive and functioning. This process is known as translation. In fact, it's this process that viruses take advantage of in the first place. They insert their own genetic information into you, and then your cell machinery unwittingly starts taking that information and building proteins to help create more viruses.
So back to the needle. The mRNA that is being injected into you from the vaccine also carries genetic instructions, but in this case, it's only coding for one small part of the virus, instead of the whole thing. You've probably seen SARS-CoV-2 represented like this, with the spikes on it, and it's this spike protein, which on its own is harmless, that the vaccine's mRNA codes for. The mRNA makes its way into the cytoplasm of your cells, where the ribosomes read the information and start to create the spike proteins. Once the protein is made, it goes to the cell membrane, and then your cell breaks down and destroys the injected mRNA instructions.
So what good does having a tiny fragment of viral spike in your body do? Well, it gives your body, and more importantly your immune system, a preview of what the virus looks like without causing disease. Suddenly, your antibodies will notice it and go, well, this doesn't belong here, which triggers an immune response to recognize and prepare your body for the real thing without ever having to come in contact with the actual virus itself.
Your immune system essentially gets a head start by creating powerful antibodies that can neutralize and kill the real virus. And this antibody memory is stored in your B cells, so that if you are ever infected in the future with the SARS-CoV-2 virus, your body now has the upper hand. This is known as an adaptive immune response. Your body has already seen these spike proteins before, and therefore it already knows what to do. Essentially, these mRNA vaccines allow your body to protect itself from a future infection without ever having to risk the consequences of getting the disease COVID-19.
So why haven't mRNA vaccines been used before? While they are relatively new, researchers have actually been experimenting with them for decades, but in the past, they've been very unstable. Enzymes in your body would break down the mRNA quickly, so they needed to be packaged well. The ones being released now have the mRNA encased in lipid nanoparticles, which essentially protect the mRNA from being degraded. Since they're more unstable than other types of vaccines, they have to be kept cold. For example, the Pfizer vaccine has to be stored at minus 70 degrees Celsius, and at normal refrigerated temperatures can only last 5 days. Of course, a global pandemic has certainly increased the funding and resources going towards these types of vaccines, which has helped to accelerate their development.
What makes these vaccines so appealing is that unlike other vaccines, they can be made in a lab with readily available materials and actually made much quicker than other types of vaccines. Instead of fully developing non-infectious viruses and then injecting them, these mRNA vaccines can sort of pass many hurdles by using your own body in an ingenious way. It's also far more cost-effective to create mRNA molecules rather than the proteins themselves, and also a lot more scalable, which is helpful when we are in a global pandemic waiting for a vaccine.
So, is it safe? And given that it's a relatively new technology, should you be concerned at all? Well, that's what these initial trial stages have been for, not only to test whether or not they work and cause immunity, but to make sure they have minimal side effects. As of now, around 70,000 people have been given these vaccines with no serious concerns, a caveat being that the full research hasn't been published yet as of recording this video. But it's important to remember that just because it's safe doesn't mean there won't be any soreness or pain. Some recipients did report aches and pains, and as of now, you'll need to receive 2 shots to ensure efficacy. I saw a really great analogy by the Professor Shane Crotty, who works in vaccine research, and he said, "It's not unlike going to the gym and getting exercise and really sore muscles. A bit of pain can be a positive sign that good things are happening. Sometimes you have to earn your immunity, just like you have to earn those biceps you wanted so bad."
We know you've been asking about these vaccines a lot. We've also had our questions, so we hope that all this information was useful and concise and educational for you, because it does sort of help make things seem less unknown and scary in a very strange time.
Thank you all so much for watching. If you want to hear more about vaccines, our podcast is on YouTube.
Hello, my name is Clay Clark. On today's edition of the Thrive Time Show, attorney Lynn Wood and I conduct our 5th fireside chat, where Lynn Wood shares the atrocities in the dark world of Jeffrey Epstein, child trafficking, and corruption at the highest levels. Although Lynn Wood has been one of the most respected attorneys for decades, many people have been questioning his sanity as he reveals the insanity and the absolute evil of child trafficking. However, despite the threats and the negative comments and the questions of his sanity, Lynn believes that the time is now to reveal the darkness and to act to stop these evil atrocities now, once and for all. I have 5 kids. Hello. Other proven effective COVID-19 treatments. Another listener texts in, thanks for your dedication to ensure that these rapist pedophiles will be dealt with swiftly. And we go on and on. But I'll just tell you, if you're listening right now and you want to receive the video footage of the George H.W. Bush funeral referenced by Lynn in previous episodes, just text me, 918-851-6920. If you want to receive information that proves that the mask mandates make healthy people sick, just text me. If you want to receive the information that shows the 270-page Sidney Powell report that exposes the election fraud and provides you 100% irrefutable evidence of the election fraud, just text me. If you want proof that the COVID-19 models that said that 2.2 million people might die
for.
Good, good, good.
Is the other one for me too?
No, that's for my mistress.
Mistress?
Mm-hmm.
You have a mistress?
Mm-hmm.
You never told me.
It's not important.
I didn't know you had a mistress.
Oh, I see her only, every 2 weeks? You know, it's not important. It's only for sex. Just for sex.
Well, who is she? Anyone I know?
She's a showgirl. Morris has one, too.
Your business partner has a mistress?
Mm-hmm. They're in the same show. Pass the soap, please.
Can I see her?
Of course. If you're interested, why not? Why not?
Which one is she?
Who?
Your mistress.
Oh, the brunette, third from the left.
And which is Morris's?
The blonde, the end.
Ours is better.